Good morning, everybody, and welcome to another day at Live at the Waterhole. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and I will be your host for the next 2 hours and 15 minutes exactly. Uh, with this live and interactive Waterhole show. And I'm really looking forward to chatting to all of you today. And if you have just joined us for the first time, a big welcome to all of you. You can actually talk to me, like I said, and you can do so by heading over to the WildEarth website and downloading the app, or you can use the question box. And then if you're watching on YouTube, awesome. You can comment straight on the chat and we'll be able to read all of that. But we are currently in Okukuyo, which is in the Etosha National Park, which is situated in Namibia. And we've started our morning off with lots and lots of elephants. But like I do every single day, I'm going to wait for some of you who are being quite sneaky, maybe watching at work, or perhaps it's the evening for you, depending on where in the world you're watching from. And yeah, so see who's online, who's chatting, and then we'll get into it. I see there's quite a few of you that have jumped on first thing, which is great. It's nice to have these interactions. Wally, you've said good evening, leopard lover. You're also joining today, Wally. Oh no, Wally, I've mentioned you twice. There we go. Lucky you. Billy, you're also with us today, and Stephen Rousseau. Ah, wonderful. A lot of the regulars, these are names that we see quite often. But it's a nice day today. Look at it. Again, not a cloud in the sky. I wonder when these big storms are going to start brewing. So we can't have everything at once, so we'll just have to be patient. But the breeding herds of elephants have arrived earlier than what they normally do. And I love this little one that's closest to us. Ears out. It looks like it's going to cause some trouble today, which is perfect for us because we love the entertainment. Right. Speaking of nice sunny days, let's go see what the weather is like at all the different cameras. And we're back. It looks like the weather's going to be quite nice all over, although it looks like rain is predicted at Oldonyo, which is good. They need the rain so desperately. So typically, if you haven't watched, this entire pan is filled with springbuck. But with the elephants taking over, they've had to wait their turn. You can see them all funneling in on the right and the left-hand side of the dam, just trying to find a gap. A few gemsbok also moving in, and I think I saw some kudu earlier as well. But everyone's so quiet. Not moving around too much. Look at these Ellies right underneath the camera. And of course the pied crows flying by. Tanya, you've said, oh, hello, Ellies. I'm sure they would trumpet back in excitement with that comment. Thank you, Tanya. And then I see Patisse, you said you're cooking dinner in Australia and you're looking forward to the show. What are you cooking? I haven't had breakfast yet. I do this every day. I've just had some water and I've had coffee. And then Susan, you said good morning, and so does Night Owl. You're watching from the UK. Oh, wonderful news. I'm actually surprised that we have so many of you watching so early. typically a lot of people will jump on a bit later, of course, depending on time zones. But as you know, how I roll is that we've obviously spent so much time with all these animals, which is great. And I love to have conversations. So if you do want to talk about something today, let me know. We can chat. Yesterday, it was my favorite day. We had some unbelievable questions coming through, which created nice discussions. William, you said that I have the best job in the world. I do. It's pretty cool, isn't it? So I'm actually not sitting at these locations. I'm sitting in the comfort of my home watching the live cameras as you are. But I do get to spend a fair amount of time out in the field on safari, whether it's with my guests or, of course, on the live safari drives with WildEarth. So I love it. I absolutely love it. It's been my career for over 11 years now. I still can't believe that every time I say that. But it's been 11 years. How ridiculous. Where has time gone? Doesn't look like there's much interaction going on here. As we know, it's probably not one herd of elephants, but a couple of smaller family groups. They might all funnel off and head in the same direction. With it being so dry, we tend to see the bigger herds during dry season, as animals will sometimes put their differences aside. And all these different herds of elephants will have different ideas about where to go and find food and water during the dry season. So by eventually meeting up together, at a common point like this waterhole, they'll be sharing that information and then potentially, like I said, gather up, form these big groups, and then head off in those directions. I love to just be able to listen to the conversations that elephants are consistently having. Even though we can't hear them, I'm sure there's a lot of chatter. Mina Moo, you've asked if this waterhole is deep enough for a pool party. Absolutely. We've seen them quite often go in and splash around, although it's still early in the day and Okukuyo is not going to, or this part of Namibia is not going to be that hot today. I think I saw it. Was it 30 degrees Celsius? 29, 28, I can't remember. Which is pleasant temperatures for elephants, but it's not extreme, so they might not go in. But elephants don't only go into the water to cool themselves off. They genuinely have a lot of fun. And the way that I think about it is they're really big animals. They spend all day on their feet. And I think it must be so nice to just get into the water, to splash around and then kind of like float up it. It's not deep enough necessarily for them to float, but they roll onto their sides. And who doesn't love getting in the pool and just kind of splashing about? I definitely do. So elephants will. Maybe we'll see that a bit later, or if any of these youngsters decide to go in. The bulls will come around at some point. There's a few of them interacting amongst these breeding herds, and they quite often go into the water too. But if we don't see a pool party here, we might see the elephants swimming about at Jamala, which is in Madikwe in South Africa. Not quite as deep, but still they roll around and spend a bit of time in the mud. Some of the elephants, though, already retreating to the shade.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
Well, with the elephants moving off to the left-hand side of the waterhole, now you can see how all the springbuck are happily not wasting any time. And you can... That was an upset elephant calf that was making that noise. What are you complaining about? Now they're all going to try and huddle under the shade of the leadwood on the left. Good luck trying to do that, because it doesn't cast much of a shadow. And we'll see if they're going to take turns or if they will eventually just move off. And then Stephen Rousseau, you've said that you've been reading some interesting facts about elephant skulls containing air cavities, resulting in their skulls being considerably light. Absolutely. If you probably saw some pictures, it almost looks like a honeycomb structure when you see inside the elephant skull. And I suppose if the bone was a lot more dense than what it is, I wondered if they would have to be larger, if their legs would be thicker, their body size, that kind of thing, to be able to support such large heads. What I have seen, Stephen, is quite awesome with elephant bulls. I haven't seen it in a while, but occasionally we do. These the big bulls will rest their tusks and heads kind of on a branch or the fork of a tree. And then when I was in the Eastern Cape, there's a big elephant bull at Kariga. He's lost a tusk now, though. But when he used to have two tusks, he's beautiful set. They're quite long. I watched him stick them into the side of an embankment, and then he just kind of hung his head like that. And he looked so comfortable. His eyes were even closed, and his back legs, or he crossed one of his legs over each other, and was just having a bit of a siesta. So I still think that it must feel so nice in the water just to float about. Oh, and then Patisse, you've come back and you said that you're making stir fry. Oh, I haven't had stir fry in ages. I'm going to have to add that to my cooking over the next week. And sea foam green, you've said that it's just before 20 to 5 in the morning in Fort Lauderdale in Florida. Wow, you're up nice and early. To be fair, I was also up at that time. I'll just quickly tell you, because obviously I just like to tell you about my life as well. I woke up to kudus barking. That's the alarm call that they make, and it's really loud, just right outside my garden. And I was like, what? And then I assumed it must be a leopard, because there's very little that the kudus alarm at, and they do not tell big stories when they see predators. So I got up, and then Tucker was at the sliding door. There was one gap in the curtain. He was looking, and he was barking furiously with his hackles up. So I thought, oh, there's definitely a leopard. And I got my torch and shone it to the back fence, and then there was a leopard standing there. It didn't stay very long. When I put the light on it, it kind of moved off. But yeah, so, and then I couldn't go back to sleep. So I've also been up for quite some time, and actually feeling a little bit tired, and I might have to have a siesta. I never sleep during the day, but today might be the day. I concur, Olivia. It's exactly what I said just before. I think the elephants are going to wait their turn to stand in the shade. It's a pity there aren't many more trees around, but of course that would be unusual for this ecosystem, with it being quite dry at this time of the year. But it can't sustain much life. You need some of the toughest of tough trees to be able to grow in these alkaline soils. And that can actually cause problems for elephants in the long run. Okay, it's not. I don't think it's a drought at the moment in Namibia. To be honest, I'll have to just double check that up. So please don't quote me. But in times of famine, elephants need to drink water, right, every single day. Well, they even in great conditions, but they have to travel further and further for food because of this exact reason. Because there isn't sustainable vegetation nearby the waterholes. And you can see a great example of that with the tree line in the background. So it can be quite tiresome. I mean, it's hot, it's dry, drinking water, you're not meeting your daily requirements for browsing and grazing, or whatever they might be eating, whatever they can find. But with the tree line in the back, I was told that there's quite a few mapani trees. I haven't been to Namibia before, and not this waterhole. So I'm just going on what other people have said to me, and thank you for that information. So with the mapani trees, some of them look like they've greened and up, if that is the species. And I'm sure there's quite a few stunted mapani trees within the area. But elephants love to feed on mapani leaves. They prefer the nice green new leaves, which don't have as many tannins. Well, the tannin content is not, at its maximum. But the other thing that happens during dry season, when the mapanis lose their leaves, is we think dead leaf, right? It doesn't have much nutritional value to it. and it's kind of more just like a roughage, if you will. Um, so I suppose, like, eating lots of bread, it fills you up, but it doesn't have much nutritional value. And I'm talking about, like, white, seriously processed bread. But for mapani leaves, is they actually hold quite a high crude protein value, even when the leaf is dry. And there aren't going to be as many or as high levels of tannins in the leaves when they're dry. So elephants will scoop them up, and lots of different animals. So it might not be tasty, but kind of like a crunchy crisp for them to munch on. But they need to their diet needs to be quite varied. There's not all plants have the same minerals that animals need, but again, the mapani has high phosphorus and calcium levels, other essential oils that they might need too. So yeah, so it's tough for elephants, and if the elephants are inexperienced and don't know where to go, where there's good food and water, you'll find that during the drought, a lot of them will end up dying, which is very sad. It's such a tough life for desert elephants.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
Oh wow, just more and more animals are starting to stream in. While the elephants take a bit of a rest, let's head over to Jamala and see what's happening there. This is a different view. We're just looking back into the tree line now. You can see all the different trees that are growing there. A lot of them are sickle bush, though. And then we have three elephants, which look like bulls. So I think the shade is definitely better at where were we now? Okukuyo. Sorry, my brain just decided it wasn't going to work very well. And that tree at least provided a bit more shade. Now the one that these elephants are standing under is not great. But there is another big tree. It's just behind, sort of off to the right of the camera, and that provides a nice amount of shade. But perhaps it's occupied. So there we go. So now you can see the different view. I really like the positioning of this camera. It's great. And so there's four elephants now. Maybe we'll get some interesting interactions between this younger elephant on the left and the older bull. You can see the older bull is already acknowledging him with his ears slightly opened. And you can see the twisting of the trunks. I don't think he's going to be happy with this young bull wanting to come and drink water. Oh, that was quite a placid interaction. Okay. Perhaps they know one another. Might be a different case with the other elephant. You see this bull that is drinking. He looks at the other elephants from far away, I suppose to just try and suss them out. There you go, already turning to face him, the other bull. Are you going to stand your ground or are you going to march over towards him? Again, look at their trunks. Watch what they're doing. See how they're twisting. And now he's stopped. Again, both of them with their ears out. Oh, there's the submissive behavior. That was dramatic. Was that him? That didn't sound like a particularly big trumpet. Maybe there's a breeding herd coming in. I can't understand why an elephant would trumpet. It wasn't, a particularly unpleasant encounter. They didn't even get close to one another. I do like this young elephant. He just doesn't seem to care. I will come and drink and you can drink around me. It's almost like he's just ignoring that behavior. And we have to do that. We do the same thing. Oh no, he's getting butted out of the way. Move. But still, he's he's not rushing out of there. But when we are in a vehicle and we have problems with young elephant bulls, we do the same thing. We kind of ignore the behavior to a degree as to not to entertain the elephants. And, that can often, they get bored and they're like, oh, I'm not getting a reaction. So, okay, so I'm going to just kind of carry on. But now this younger bull's slightly on higher ground. So he thinks he's grown a couple of inches. Penelope, you've said everybody's just in their just happily in their corner. Yes, they are. Oh, here comes the breeding herds to the right. Finally. A cow and a little one. We'll wait for the rest to come down too. Shame the little one's picking up speed. Actually, both of them were excited to have a drink. I wish I had a map of Madikwe so that I could see where all the water holes are and what kind of distance the elephants are traveling to find water, and of course the other animals too. But the zebra will most likely be resident around the area. Just tough for them. There's not much to graze on. But they need to drink water every single day, and they don't typically travel as far as elephants will in one day. Lisa, you're actually just commenting on the different placement of the camera. It is really nice. We were chatting about it yesterday. Everyone was so excited because it's the first time that I've seen it, and I've been hosting the Waterhole shows now for the last almost a week, and I think it's much better. We can see so much more. It's nice to have a low angle view, right? But that's what we've got Old Donyo for. That's got the best low angle view. And it's so close, so we get some great stuff. So it's nice that we can just change it up a little bit. Stephen, you're wondering, to what extent would I ignore such behavior? We're talking about the elephants here. Are there any telltale signs when it's time to head off? Absolutely. So with younger bulls, you do need to stand your ground. So it's tricky to just give one answer because the set of circumstances that you could be under will vary significantly. But for the most part, maybe you come across elephants, right? And you decide to just stop a little bit of a distance away, and there's some bulls, and you'll see, like, let's talk about a breeding herd, and then with a couple of bulls around them, the bulls will go around the herd, test and greet all the elephant cows, and they're normally not interested in them and can often chase them away, or not necessarily act aggressively, but just they let the bulls know that they're not wanted around. And then it bruises their egos a little bit. So then they march down the road and they sort of come towards you because they're like, well, now I need to make myself feel a little bit better. How am I going to do that? I'm going to try and intimidate the vehicle. And they know that there's people in that car. 100%. They don't just see the vehicle as a solid shape. They can see us. So elephant bull starts walking down the road. Again, watch that trunk. If it's starting to sort of twist around, especially with the younger bulls, you know that they're going to cause trouble. Their ears, like we've just seen with these two bulls, they'll be slightly, flared, but not anything necessarily intimidating. But then you might also get them where they're a bit on the nervous side, so then they come walking towards you with their heads raised and that type of thing. You can also watch what the tail does. If they move it away from their bodies, it's also a sign of like agitation. So what I like to do, because I don't enjoy it, and I'm sure you've all seen lots and lots of videos where big elephant bulls will come right up to the car and literally tower over the vehicle with their heads over the hood, the bonnet of the car. Not for me. I don't enjoy that. I don't mind if elephants come around the vehicle, but they're not trying to intimidate and they're just interacting peacefully. I also like to let them come towards me, and then I kind of suss the situation out. So what I will do is that I form an imaginary line in my head, and I'm like, cool, once this elephant gets to that point, and if he's still intentionally coming towards me to cause some trouble, then I go, hello boy, and like, or whatever the case may be. You can even say spaghetti, like it actually doesn't matter what you necessarily say, but just acknowledge that you know that he's there. And quite often you'll see them stop and go, oh, the gig is up, I've been busted. Not all the time though. They might stop, think about it. You'll see them, they put their trunks on the ground, stand there, and then they might start taking a few more steps towards you. And then I go, you can literally say anything, but I change my tone. So a welcoming tone, peaceful tone, like let's see if we can just sort the situation. It's not really a situation though. And then if not, then it's a little bit more stern. And if they're still not listening and they're still trying to come closer, then you can, I wouldn't, you don't necessarily need to scream and shout, right? Because it's not a serious situation. Of course, these situations can turn to something more serious, but you can again make your tone a bit more stern, or you can even tap on the side of the car, just make a little bit of a noise. And for the most part, they'll move away. Sometimes we'll see guides, and I also do it, like I'll actually raise my arm up. I don't think he knows the hand signal for stop, right? But they go, oh, okay, you're quite big, you're quite tall. And if it gets to the point, I'll even just clap my hands, and that's normally enough to sort the situation out. But it's not always over then, because they'll maybe walk a little bit past the car and then they'll come to the side of the vehicle like you're not watching them. So you've just got to make sure you keep an eye on them. And it's one of the most important experiences for young budding safari guides, or just anybody that's going to be interacting with elephants. So even if you're going to national parks and self-driving, is to just start and understand animal behavior. You don't need to be a hero either. Elephants encounter people all the time, especially in the well known national parks and game reserves. And for the most part, they are relaxed. But animals do have bad days. And like we've discussed, the bulls can be quite boisterous. So, yeah, so just kind of, it really depends. So would love it when I was an instructor for eco training, and Pridelands is great. The elephant sightings are unbelievable. And in fact, I think my best elephant sightings have all been at Pridelands. And I've traveled a fair amount throughout Africa. And I would not try put ourselves in a situation, or the student in a situation, but inevitably it happened. And we'd be obviously sitting in the vehicle, but the students would be driving. And then you talk them through. So I talk them through this entire process, and I give them the opportunity. You decide what kind of guide you're going to be. Are you going to let the elephant come over to the vehicle? But remember, you might have guests that are scared, and you could ruin. Oh, that's a bit deep. Shame the little one just plopped on in there. I don't think it was expecting that. Not anything that it can't handle though, and mom's close by if it does run into a bit of trouble. She doesn't seem worried. She's just watching it now. Are you going to go in and help it? No. She looks like she's stretching her trunk out. It's a bit difficult to see. Maybe just guiding the little one in the direction that it needs to go, just reassuring it that everything will be all right. So as I was saying, so it's really nice to just see how young budding guides are going to react in a situation like that. For the most part, they'll kind of do what I say, and it's nice for them to see that they can stop an elephant in their tracks without being too aggressive. And once people realize how easy it is to communicate with elephants, you kind of go, okay, and you start to trust them a little bit more, but you're respectful of them too. And then others will just sit quietly, because see, some people say just sit quietly. I find if you just sit quietly and you don't have an opportunity to move away or stop an elephant in its tracks, ideally, if it's a really big elephant bull, just move away. Don't let him come super close to the car. But again, that's just my opinion. And then they sit there and you watch the color drain out of their face, and their eyes are big, and I might be sitting in the row just behind them, or sometimes I even sit at the right at the back so I can make sure that they're talking loud enough and people can hear them. And then they look at me and I'm going, what would you like me to do? I'm not driving the car. You made this decision. Get yourself out of it. Obviously, if it's a very serious situation, I'll step in and go, absolutely not. Like, we need to move now. This is not going to necessarily end well, or it's going to end up scaring you. So it's really just when you have those kind of more, they're just curious and they just want to assert their dominance a bit. And then they can learn and they can look around them. And then I always ask the question, how did you feel in that situation? and they, or actually no, not them first, I'd ask the other students on the vehicle that are playing guests, how did you feel in that situation? And some are saying, wow, that was amazing. Others are going, I was really scared, blah blah blah. And then it's kind of nice then for the guide to go, oh wow, I didn't realize how many people were actually intimidated, and I probably should have said to them, is everyone okay if this elephant approaches the car? Or just reassured your guests, everyone just sit very still, you're welcome to take photos and videos, but try not to move around, and we're going to keep our voices a little bit lower. So it's just important skills that guides learn as well, just to effectively communicate with their guests, and then let your guests decide what they would like to kind of do. So that's kind of my 2 cents, but I can go on and on and on about this. And like I said, every situation is so different. Because there's times where I've let elephants come right up to the vehicle. This is a young bull here. No, it looks like it. Oh, that's rude. That's also unnecessary. I think, is it that youngster that we've been watching earlier? Sorry, I got distracted while I was talking. You're just throwing your weight around now. Little zebra also running about.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
More and more elephants are now streaming in, huddled around the same spot that they always do, trying to get the fresh water. I wonder if they have trunk wrestles to see who can get the hose first. Maybe they play rock, paper, scissors. Oh, and look at the little elephant on the right that's head first into the mud with Mom. Maybe we can try have a closer look at that, because that's quite funny. Running Bear, you said that Mom Ellies are such good moms. You are right. They're one of the best mothers out there. Elephant calves have a pretty good chance of making it to adulthood. Oh, look at you, stumbling on your feet using your head to help you balance. So not a super young calf, a couple of months old. I would say more than 6 months old at least. Maybe closer to between 6 and 8 months, somewhere around there. Mom got very itchy. Oh, unhappy trumpet. Maybe mom doesn't want to let her calf suckle. Not this individual and her youngster, but one of the others. Look how excited the little elephant. Tail out, ears out. Legs can't go fast enough. No, come back so we can see you. Or mom, move. There you go, charging out of the water now. Yes, go get the stick. Are you going to go investigate around it? No. We might see it plop into the water like we saw the other one, and this one is smaller. Could go right under. I'm hoping that we're going to get a couple of young elephants having a proper mud bath and chasing one another around. So, Sanjeev, you've made an interesting comment. You said it so happens in my state in India that a calf fell into a hole filled with water and it died. And the mother elephant just could not bear the loss. And she subsequently killed two people and also stopped a big bus and pushed it over. So, this is misplaced aggression that this elephant had experienced. Obviously, it's tragic, and elephants are highly social and they have big brains and and will have a great cognitive ability. So they do show sympathy or empathy. Sorry, I forget empathy for other elephants that have died. They'll mourn individuals, and that cow must have just been so distraught. And all she was doing was anybody that was trying to come near her, maybe it was close to the vicinity, because she would have stuck around with that calf, even though it died for a couple of days. It's typically what they do. And anybody that came near to, or the first things that she encountered, she just took those frustrations out on, sadly, those two people and then a bus. I hope no one got injured in the bus or severely injured. What happened to the elephant, Sanjeev? Do you know? Because quite often, unfortunately for the elephant, this happens. They'll end up being put down. It's not that the elephant will become a human killer. Like I said, it's just super frustrated about the entire ordeal. Of course, it could end up becoming a problem, but I think in the case of that cow, unless she's exhibited that behavior before with a calf, she was just probably really upset. And you know what it's all like. You're upset about a whole bunch of different things, and the next minute a person says one thing to you that's completely insignificant, and then you take everything out on them, and you don't mean it, but it just happens. Colleen Davis, Colleen A. Davis, you've said that my explanation about how to respond to elephants approaching was interesting. Thank you very much, Colleen. That's kind of you. But again, there's so many different situations that we can kind of bring into it. I, again, think it's important that anybody driving in a national park where there are elephants most certainly need to read up about the behavior. Oh, we got a buffalo. Let's see the buffalo. I haven't seen them for the last couple of days down at the Waterhole. There's 3 Duggar boys by the looks of it. And there's a website that I absolutely love. And if you are a nature enthusiast and you go on safari quite often, head to a website called Elephant Voices. And they've got some unbelievable information, and they've got a lot of video content too, where they talk about vocalizations or just what different types of body language that elephants will exhibit. But then they explain it, so it's quite nice that you can see it and then understand it, and then hopefully when you're out in an area and encounter elephants yourself, you go, oh, okay, that's not too serious, or whatever the case may be. Little elephant on the right, be very careful going up to that buffalo bull. Buffalo must be one of the most stubborn animals in the bush. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, you can see that young bull. See how he kind of raised his head and acknowledging that the buffalo is there. Can we pan to the left? Let's see if they're going to go up to the other bulls, which were just on the other side. There we go. Now you can see the little elephant quite curious about these other buffalo. And it might be an older sibling on the left, or potentially a cousin, or Was it mom? I thought it looked like a bull. Am I going crazy? Maybe it is mom. Maybe, sorry, I might have just missexed that elephant. Yeah, giving them a wide berth. That is a better option. Oh, Sanjeev, you said that incident actually took place yesterday. I haven't read about it, but I'll definitely keep an eye out for an article, or if you have the article, if one has been published, can you share the link here? Definitely like to check that out. I wonder where the buffalo have been hanging out. Because they just haven't been around. Or maybe they've been around, but just at different times from when I'm hosting the show. That's also a possibility. And only one of them going in to have a proper roll around in the mud. It looks like the one at the back did go for a dip. I can just see how it's sort of a bit shiny from the wet mud. And I'm still so surprised with there not being much food around. I don't know if Madikwe supplement feeds because of the lack of grass. This can happen in closed ecosystem reserves. They have to do that sometimes. But they're in such good condition. And during dry season, buffalo and warthogs and hippos are the sort of three animals that really struggle when there's no grass available. On some of the antelope species, like with kudu, bushbuck, and inyala, and even impala, during dry season, we see a lot of mange. So the animals will kind of be missing hair, or they just look a bit on the scrappy side. And that's just a parasite, a mite that lives in the hair follicle of animals. Most animals will get mites of some kind, but the mange mites in large quantities, so if that immune system drops completely, can end up turning into sarcoptic mange and killing an animal. I haven't seen that yet in any of the antelope, or lots of different animals can get it, not just antelope. Haven't really seen that. Bye, buffalo. See you next time. I'm kind of sad that they didn't stay around for longer. Would have been fun to watch how many elephants, or especially young elephants, would go up to them, try and chase them. But next time, another elephant toppled over in the mud and being sat on by another individual just in the middle. And then we've got Ellie's on the far right, struggling to get up a small incline. Oh, the little one is just actually laid down now in the dust. There we go. Like a sand pile now. Oh, Sanjeev, you've just elaborated a little bit more on the story of the elephant in India that lost its calf and then killed two people and knocked over a bus. You've just said the rangers came and sort of intervened and reassured the villagers, and then they also compensated the families of the deceased. So that happens quite often in, well, I suppose throughout the world. But for the most part, it's not necessarily people. It happens when livestock are eaten by predators. Then quite often they will be compensated for their livestock. However, in East Africa, for an example, in certain parts of Kenya, they've become quite strict about it, where if your animals were not in a predator-proof boma when the incident happened, or if your animals were in the national parks grazing, then potentially you, because it depends on the rules and regulations of the different national parks or conservancies, that you might not be compensated for that. But so that can be a little bit on the tricky side. That causes an uproar in the communities, but it does happen where they will give back. That's just one of the issues that humans face when you live in areas where there is wildlife. It's just a pity we can't all live in harmony. Oh, I wonder what's making the elephants move this way. Oh, it's a lovely dust bath. The soil is so loose there, and that's just from elephants consistently stirring up the ground in the same spot. Well, not stirring up, but loosening the soil. If I were a little elephant, I'd stand to the right of the elephant in the middle and just get the dust tossed on me that way. And a young calf going in for a quick suckle while mom's standing nice and still. She's even obliging, and she's put her front right leg forward, just making a bit more room for the calf to suckle. Maggie, you've said thank goodness for elephants' long eyelashes with all this dust. Absolutely. Those eyelids and eyelashes are really important to keep the dust out. My stomach is starting to grumble again. Yeah, without that, they would have a lot of dirt in their eyes. elephants also produce something called sebum. So if you've seen elephants close up, occasionally there'll be a white spot in the corner of their eyes, closest to their trunks. And because, like I said, they don't have tear ducts, there's not a lot of moisture that, that can help, I suppose, wash out any debris. But that substance will help lubricate the eye, and there's also supposedly like antibiotic properties to it. So that's definitely going to aid with the elephants constantly covering themselves in mud and, of course, dust. I'm sure they close their eyes, though, when they do that. I doubt that they'd just be standing there with their eyes open as they toss the dust over themselves or the mud. Jeanette, you said the elephant on the right is living its best life. There's two of them now. And because, like I was saying, the elephants have loosened that soil quite a bit, it's created a nice little concave area for them to rest in. And now they're going to have a siesta. And the little elephant on the left, though, constantly nudging the older individual, trying to get comfortable. Oh, that's clever. That's laziness to the maximum there. Lying on your side and scooping dust and tossing over to yourself. It's like when you see lions, and specifically the big male lions, roaring on their sides. Can't even be bothered to sit up. Oh, little elephant, you're going to get stuck. If you're not careful, I'll just reverse onto maybe my sibling. Having a scratch now. That's clever. That's not quite the right texture, though. You need to go to a stump. That would feel better. But now quickly chasing after mom as she moves off. Because this elephant on the right is slightly older, not going to be too worried about the adults moving off. They start to become a little bit more independent and spending time with calves of a similar age. And, what kids are like, right? They don't always want to be at mom's side. Kenneth, you said this is how I should siesta and that I need to take note. I'm watching. I won't start practicing just yet, otherwise it'll be a very silent Waterhole show, maybe with the odd grunt and snort here and there. It's always easy to tell when I'm about to fall asleep. I make weird noises. And then I also jolt like I'm falling off the edge of a bridge. Yes, come back, little elephant. Charging in and straight back down into the ground. Couldn't resist. I think now that it's realized that mom's not actually going anywhere and she's just also trying to relax, we go back and spend a bit of time there.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
The buffalo are back, which is good news. Looks like two different individuals that have made their way to the island. We'll see what that's like when the more elephants come through. And the little elephant has gone back to sleep again in a different spot. That doesn't look as comfortable because its head is now, looks like it's lower than its bottom. Yeah, that's going to be tricky to get up. That wasn't really smart. Come on, up you get. Stephen, you've made a comment. You said, "Didn't I work in Sri Lanka at one point? And how was it different working with Asian elephants opposed to African elephants?" So yes, I did. I went up to Sri Lanka. I was with a company called Leopard Trails. It's high-end lodges. They've got camps in Yala National Park, which is the most famous, or just on the outskirts, and then Ulapatu, which was my favorite of the national parks. And I went up to do guide training. And then I also just helped with a little bit of the management of the lodges as well, but predominantly there. And I guided a bit too, which was a lot of fun. So my biggest my biggest shock was that Asian elephants are not that small. I don't know why in my mind and reading about them, I thought that they were going to be much, much smaller in size. I actually don't even know what I was expecting, to be quite honest. They're big. Uh, they look strange. Their ears are so much smaller. And again, they look strange because I'm so used to seeing African elephants. With those ears being smaller, they've got a lot of pigmentation. And for the most part, the elephants here don't have tusks. They've got tushes, which are like these small, very brittle um, modified teeth, if you will. I did see, I can't remember how many, but I saw a couple of big tuskers, bulls, which I was really, really spoilt to see because they're not very common at all, unfortunately. Their vocalizations is something that stood out to me. It's so different from African elephants, where African elephants, I feel like the vocalizations are a lot sort of deeper, whereas with Asian elephants, it's high pitched. They make these weird squeaky sounds. Can only compare it to more like the sound that a rhino would make, but also not really. Yeah, just these really high pitched squeaks, and their trumpet is also high pitched too. So that was so fascinating, and just the way that they were eating, they don't tend to feed on as much bark as African elephants do. The environment is slightly different, although in both of those national parks, they have a wet and a dry season of the monsoon, so everything becomes quite nice and lush, and all the pans fill up. Um, and well, there's lots of man-made lakes within these national parks too. And yeah, just watching them feed was also just so interesting, just feeding on all sorts of different things. But I loved it. And they were amazing. The only thing that I didn't really enjoy is on your way to these national parks, because there's not really lodges inside the parks that we see in South Africa and other African countries. They're kind of just on the outskirts, so you'd have to go through a main gate every single day, which can be quite a process, but you kind of get used to it. You just get there nice and early. And on the way, you have elephants moving in and out of the reserves. There's not any fences, and there's a lot of farmers around growing rice and a bunch of other things. And they can, as you can imagine, elephants can cause a bit of havoc. So the farmers don't like them. They still use bear bangers, so those big loud explosions to try and deter the elephants, which was interesting, something I'm not particularly used to, but it's kind of just a way of life from them, and they are trying to resolve that that conflict as all over in the world with wildlife and humans. But with the different religions that you find, with Hinduism, it was amazing. So I learned a lot about it. But you typically don't say no when somebody asks you for something, especially if it's food. And they will place offerings to wildlife. So there's all these little stalls everywhere that are selling fresh fruit and the most amazing fruit platters. Like I don't think I've ever seen so spectacular. And it's not for people to eat; it's to offer to the animals. So people would buy them and take them through, because there's also beautiful temples that are situated in the national parks too. And they'll place the food on the ground. But what happens when you feed animals? They become tame, right? They become so accustomed to people that they end up causing problems. And when you say no to an animal that's used to being fed by humans, this is not great. So as you drive along, there'd be these elephants. I mean, there were peacocks, there were wild boars, there were, you name it. There were lots of animals, but the elephants were the biggest issues, because they stand there and they'll even stop cars. And I panicked. I almost had a heart attack where we stopped and this elephant then came around to the vehicle and he stuck his trunk into the car. And I can't tell you how I froze. And I didn't know what to do in that situation. My mind went completely blank because I'm just like, okay, it's a wild animal, but it's tame. It's used to being fed. It's not going to respond. It's probably been shouted at or told no a lot of the times. And now it's touching me. So I'm freaking out internally, but also just sitting really still. And once the elephant moved off, we kind of carried on. So I said to the drivers, I said, you can't do this with guests. You've got to either move away from the animal, but we at this level of lodges, you can't have elephants sticking their trunks in the car. Like it's not a great experience, and we should definitely not be encouraging the animals to do that. But it becomes a bit of a gimmick in the end, right? Because people think that if you give guests an experience like that, that you might potentially get a bigger gratuity. So that's why it's so important that we talk about this, because on Wild Earth we're really lucky. We reach a greater audience than I'd ever be able to reach, and it's important so people understand that that's not the correct way to go about it. So I really didn't enjoy that part of Sri Lanka. Otherwise, I traveled a little bit of the country, and the coastlines are amazing. I love the people. The food is so delicious, and I miss the food so much. So I hope to be able to go back to Sri Lanka at some point. But it's a great place to go and travel, and I highly recommend it. It's affordable, and not only can you submerge yourself in wildlife, although be prepared because it can be a bit like the Wild West, which is why I would typically say to people go to Wulpatu, a national park, rather than Yala. I just found Yala to be too busy, and I just didn't enjoy it. It felt like cowboys, and like I said, the Wild West. And then you can also have a great cultural experience. So that was truly wonderful. And then Lord Ace Frost, you've said that, yep, it's scary and could be dangerous for guests who don't know how to act. 100%. And I'm not joking when I say that elephant fills you up. It starts low down on your legs and eventually ends up at your face with that trunk just investigating, looking. So I think it must know that people keep food on the ground or potentially on them, because it was like it was searching. It's obviously done this multiple times. So that could end in a disaster. Sometimes the elephants, when you try to get around them, I've seen many videos where they'll hit the side of your car. And then, I mean, people even go past them in little tuk-tuks. I'm sure you all know those little three-wheeled, I don't even know, like they look like modified go-karts really, but it's a great means of transport, and they're used, widely, all over the world. And that is terrifying. Can you imagine going past a big elephant bull in a tuk-tuk? No, thank you. I'd watch them and I'm like, this is crazy. And people going past on motorbikes, and I was just like, no, not for me. I'm gonna stick in the vehicle. I was always nervous because I'd go running around quite often just to get out of camp and do a bit of exercise, and I was always worried about bumping into the odd elephant, and then also bumping into the water buffalo herds that have been domesticated. I was just like, because they have a close relationship with the owner the person that owns the buffalo herd, but they don't necessarily take too kindly to intruders or strange people. Yeah.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
There's a pool party that we were hoping for. And not at Okukuyo, but here at Jamala. Let's take a closer look at them. We can watch them just enjoying all that wonderful mud. There we go. Look at that. So just making use of as much water as there is. I bet that they would love it if it was deeper. I'm wondering, what is the biggest waterhole, the deepest waterhole in Madikwe? So I need a map. I actually don't know any guides or anyone that really works there. Obviously, there was some at one point. WildEarth was up in the location driving around. So I suppose I can, maybe Ralph will know. Yeah, we should chat to Ralph. I don't know if Liam has been up to Madikwe, but we can maybe ask him a bit later. But as you know, coming 12 o'clock, we get to have AfriCam joining us, which is great, which will give us access to a whole bunch more cameras. So we'll see what other interesting things are happening. We're back. We're back. We're back. I'm sure in a little bit we'll head over to different cameras. We'll just see what exciting things are happening. But for now, I mean, this is promising. This is great. Look at that little elephant holding its breath. Yes, stick your trunk up every now and then. That's a clever idea. Maybe it's been spending some time with hippos somewhere. Now deciding it's just, actually, I'm an underwater elephant. Sure, there's a great big bull on the left that's just come through with broken tusks. And typically what we see, just investigating the females. Look how tiny they are compared to him. Look how big his head is and how thick his trunk is too. Rosalind, I see you've just joined us. Welcome, welcome. Better late than never. I hope you're enjoying the scene with all the elephants splashing about in the water. It's a real good day. Billy, you made a great comment. You said an elephant filled day is your kind of day. Absolutely. Mine too. I love sitting and watching them. I do prefer to do it in person, but I will take what I can get. Like when you spend a lot of time with elephants, it's not just about seeing them, but hearing them, which we're able to do, and also just the scents that come from elephants, that sort of musky, earthy smell, and just kind of as they break vegetation, getting the sense from that too. But let's have a look. There's a warthog that's just joined. Come back here, rolling around in the mud. Maybe there's some others. It's just in the top left-hand corner of your screens. There we go. That's a big boar. He's got huge tusks. Please stick around. Don't just now disappear. Quite content that the elephants are on the other side of the water. Now you can see, look, he's using their tusks. There we go. That's lovely. Oh, giving a good wiggle. Yesterday, I was completely covered in mud. And not because I fell in it. Don't get too excited. But I went for a walk. And Tucker, my dog, found a mud wallow. So naturally, he rolled around in it because he's part warthog, and when he's in the ocean, otter, and had just had the best time of his life. He literally does what the warthogs do. He lays on his side and he rolls around, and then he sort of sits with his paws in front of him, and between his legs, he just rubs his chin on the ground. He was brown from head to the tip of his tail. I obviously bathed him when I got home, but when he got up from about the 40th roll around in the mud, he stood up, and what do dogs do? They shake. But he covered me in mud. I just had it all over my hat. It was all over my face, my legs, and I still had quite a long distance to go before we got home. And I swear people, when they were driving past me, they'd put their windows down to be like, what is on that girl? Anyway, so I thought that was quite entertaining. It was nice because it cooled me off a little bit. Giving a bit of a scratch. With its snout trying to just loosen some of the mud. Obviously, muddy water is great to put over your body, but if you can get a decent coverage of the mud itself, that's going to be more effective at keeping you cool for longer periods, whereas the water is going to dry quite quickly, especially with the temperatures and no clouds in the sky.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
I'm sure you all saw that the camera just had a mind of its own, and it glitched and it went right around to the lodge, which was quite funny. There were some people that were sun tanning, just enjoying themselves. Of course, we didn't mean to invade on their privacy, but no one did that intentionally. That was just the camera doing its own thing. But it's a perfect opportunity to talk about why it's so important to wear sunscreen, right? Can you imagine if we spent all day, every day out in the blaring sun like the elephants do? Um, we would be burnt to a crisp, especially if you don't have much melanin production and you're in a bit of trouble. I would just have to cover myself from head to toe, like Tucker did yesterday in mud, and hope for the best. Looks like the dam might empty out quite a bit now with the elephants on their way. Let's change up the scenery a little bit. We've spent quite a bit of time here at Jamala and head over to Canfus Dam, where there are plenty of animals in the water. There we go. Oh, look at the water today. It looks so green. Haha. I wonder if there is a buildup now of blue-green algae or cyanobacteria, which is one of the oldest living organisms in the world. It looks like there's sort of a thick layer of scum, if you will, just at the edging of this pan. I'm just looking at the coloration. Looks interesting. We typically start to see a lot more of the blue-green algae blooms when there isn't much water moving or being replenished, so via rain or being pumped in. When the water starts to stagnate a fair amount. But that, of course, doesn't necessarily mean that these or the birds here are going to be negatively affected, and specifically not the lesser flamingos, because this is what they would typically feed on, is predominantly cyanobacteria. So in high doses, animals can die from it, especially mammal species, which has been recorded all over. And it's also why that we don't see a lot of competition between the lesser and the greater flamingos, and why they're so happy to associate with one another, not only for safety in numbers, but the greater flamingos will eat more mollusks and invertebrates, that type of thing, brine shrimp. And instead of sleeping, they're actually moving around quite a bit. And if you look at the flamingos that are on the left, you can see that some of them are sleeping though. They're standing on one leg with their heads tucked under their wings. And I was sent a really interesting study. It's a bit morbid, but it pertains to chameleons. Why would I say chameleons? Flamingos. And whether or not more energy. Oh no, what is wrong with me? Why do I always do this? Why, when I try to explain something, my brain just decides that it's not working anymore. Anyways, what I was trying to say is basically, why do flamingos stand on one leg rather than two legs? Because we see them doing this for quite some time, and they tend to do it for long periods of time too. So the whole study was basically testing the muscle fatigue hypothesis, which is what we talk about. It's what I talk about quite a lot, and most people do, is that by standing on one leg, perhaps that they are arresting the other. And then, of course, it reduces the amount of heat that escapes by having one leg tucked under, and because they don't have feathers going down on their legs to sort of retain the heat, and they would lose a lot of it. So quite fascinating. So basically what the scientists did is they collected dead flamingos from zoos and maybe some bird sanctuaries. And essentially they wanted to see if the flamingos could stand up while they are dead. Right? Crazy, right? That's why I said it's a little bit on the morbid side. And they could, which is insane. So basically, the flamingo can support its own body weight, right, with one leg. And in fact, they're a lot more stable in that position, which again doesn't make sense, right? I mean, I just think with my simple brain, I'm like, how? I don't think I've ever seen it quite so sunny here at Campus Dam. It's always overcast and windy. I just think it's so bizarre that flamingos are able to do that, and they quite happily stand on one leg, and it's, kind of subconscious. They don't necessarily have to think about it. I kind of have to try and wrap my brain around the entire process. See, look at the flamingos sort of in the background now, all moving through that very thick layer of algae that's covering that section. Oh, I don't know if I'd like to stick my head in that, but I suppose their beaks do dip down a bit lower into the water, and most of that algae or cyanobacteria that is there, it might be something else, but I suspect it's these algal blooms, just sitting at the surface of the water. But look, there's others that are now following them. You can't see at the back of those are lesser or greater flamingos, but there's a combination of them here. It looks like there's more. It looks like there's more lesser flamingos. And I'm just kind of, just by looking at how dark the beaks are. And then some coots. What else is there? Blackwing stilts. They're always around. Catherine, sorry, we actually just touched on this briefly, but you were wondering if the flamingos would be affected by the algae. So just again, so the cyanobacteria is not actually an algae. It's it's bacteria, but people have started referring to it as blue green algae, and that's really just because of the coloration. And it does form in a similar way, like it kind of looks the same, especially where the wind has blown the denser. What am I trying to say? Why? I don't know if I'm dehydrated. Do I need to eat something? What is wrong with my brain? Anyways, where most of it is pushed up against the other side of the pan, and because the lesser flamingos feed on it, and in fact it's one of its main food types, it doesn't. I'm just trying to think if I've ever read about many birds dying from cyanobacteria. Can't say that off the top of my head I have. I'm sure if I Google, I'd find something. But definitely lots of mammals that have been affected and unfortunately end up dying. Well, it's always nice to, of course, sit and watch the flamingos and all the other birds interacting between them. Doesn't look like any new species to add though, just the usual culprits. I think what we maybe can do is maybe we'll try one of the other cameras and see what else is happening there. Okie dokie. Let's go over to Tao in Madikwe. We are here, looking a bit on the barren side, but we'll scan around and see if anyone is about. So the cameras, of course, do have a bit of a delay, so we're just waiting for it to respond. And there's an elephant standing dead still, definitely having a sleep. Just the tail gently blowing in the wind. And the Egyptian geese giving away that the camera is indeed not frozen. Bye, Stephen. Thank you for your questions today. You're heading off. It was great chatting to you again. And of course, it's great chatting to all of you. If you have just joined us for the first time, and this is a live and interactive Waterhole show where we have a look at cameras all over the show. We're in South Africa, we've got cameras in Kenya as well as in Namibia. And the way that you can chat to us, of course, is just you head over to the WildEarth website. You can use the question box, or you can even just chat to us on the YouTube stream. When I say us, to me. Oh, look at that. That's a nice variety of wildlife. 2 elephant bulls, a warthog with the birds. That's nice. Clever warthog for going in there and wading in the water. A bit on the risky side, though, with the crocodiles that are about. But yesterday we were discussing that in some sections, the water is not quite deep enough to conceal a crocodile. So perhaps the warthog is on the safe side. That's probably the tastiest meal it's had in a long time. I'm going to part the guinea fowl now that have also come through to have a drink of water. They're such funny birds to watch, the guinea fowl. And you can see, it looks like a female, like a sow, this warthog. She's got quite a big belly. And so hopefully piglets will be on the card soon. But she doesn't look, she's got a belly, but doesn't look like she's going to burst just yet. Bundu Basha, you said that a crocodile could be under the shrub watching over her eggs. Yes, absolutely. She could be. We've been seeing a lot of the crocodiles just over the past few days out on the embankments basking away. And I did see a video clip of the female crocodile that actually dug away and laid eggs right in front of us, which was amazing. But I didn't quite understand where the nest was. So thank you, Bundu Basha, for kind of pointing out the area that the nest is in. Oh, Justin, this is such a difficult question to answer. I've been asked it a few times, and I feel like every time I chat about it, it's a different story. But you said, what's the most memorable wildlife encounter that I've had as a guide? Oh my goodness, I've got so many, and each of them have been so different. I'm sure a lot of you that have spent some time with me over the years will say, what about the mongoose and hornbill sighting? So that was obviously spectacular, but I'm going to try and think of a story that I haven't told before. So give me a second or two, and I'll see if anything jogs my memory. Can you imagine? I cannot think of one exciting thing that I've seen in my life. I'm going to talk about amphibians. I think I've mentioned this story though. Some of you may have even seen it live, but a couple of years ago when I first started out at WildEarth, I think it was either 2000 and I can't remember if it was the first year that I was there, if it was 2016 or if it was 2017. No, it must have been 2016, where we had quite a bit of, no, it was definitely not. There was no rain. I can't remember which year it was in. Anyways, we had some rain in one of the years that I was working at WildEarth and being based at Juma, and an area around Twin Dams had completely flooded, and there were so many African bullfrogs all jumping around trying to mount and mate with the females, and that was quite spectacular because I haven't seen it again since then. It's been many years. It doesn't necessarily happen every single year, so that was quite cool. I've had some spectacular elephant sightings, especially with the elephant cow that I spent a bit of time with at Pridelands, who we dubbed Susan just for fun, because we saw her every single day. She gave me so much grief. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And what else? I don't know if any of you actually will remember this at all, but it's another story about an amphibian. When I was in Kenya with WildEarth as well, I was sitting and I think I was I watching frogs? Yeah, I was watching one of the grass frogs, and in just a kind of like a little bit of a puddle with quite a bit of grass around it. And while I was sitting there watching it and I was chatting about all sorts of things, the next minute, this huge wave erupted and a water scorpion um, basically projectiled in the direction of this grass frog and tried to grab it, which was spectacular because the water scorpion was much larger than the frog. It missed. It didn't catch it. And yesterday I took a water scorpion outside of my pool. If you don't know what a water scorpion is, you're going to have to Google it, because it's a weird thing. It's kind of got pincers in front like a scorpion, and then it's got this long slender tail, but it's not actually a tail, it's a siphon. It's a breathing apparatus, and they spend most of their time in water. I also had a crazy sighting with a water, actually I've had some amazing sightings with water scorpions at Pridelands. I cannot remember if we went live with it or not, but we definitely tried to. We were on foot doing a bushwalk and found a little mud wallow. I just wanted to go and check for tracks, and instead we found a water scorpion, and it was actually moving away from what was left of the wallow, assuming to go and find a more suitable body of water, and it was covered in mites, which I'd never seen before. So obviously not doing too well, and the chances of that water scorpion surviving was pretty low. It was yeah, completely covered in them shame. I felt bad for it. But anyways, that's nature, right? That's life. What about some? Oh man, I also miss being in Kenya, and I missed when the musketeers were around. They were this coalition of male lions, and they were spectacular. Scar was one of the most infamous male lions in the world. He was beautiful, and seeing Morani and Hunter, and I forgot the other two individuals' names. Completely forgotten now. But anyways, they were great to sort of see, and then spending time with the North clan of hyenas, and just yeah. I was actually there we go. I'll tell you another one. Was oh gosh, look how small that warthog is in comparison to the elephants. Was when Jamie called me out early one morning to say, Taylor, you've got to come and help me film. Because she had the North clan that had separated a hippo calf, but like not super young, but maybe just over, maybe like 2 years or so. I don't know, 3 years. And then they were chasing it around and trying to obviously hunt it. And that was quite spectacular because just the whole story was unbelievable. It got separated from mom, this poor hippo fighting for its life. It lost its tail because the hyenas had pulled it off, but then it managed to get off and out of the open and down into a little waterlog system, which we call luggers. Well, at least you call them that in Kenya. And it fought off the hyenas. They were getting tired, and eventually it made an escape, and it charged through this lugger back towards the Mara River. Whether or not it would have found its mother again, I'm not so certain, because it was hours and hours that it was separated from its mom. So that was quite a spectacular thing to see, and such an amazing thing to witness. It's very quiet and calm at Tau for now. Dark Main Lover, you said you love Live at the Waterholes. You said that the cameras are so nice and clear, and you also enjoy the narration of the naturalists. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, it's great that we can share our experiences and observe amazing behavior with one another, and then of course having these chats. Feels so great because I love it when there are regular people that watch, because you start to build a rapport with one another. Out of nowhere. Oh, the guinea fowl disappearing into the shade underneath that bush. It's a nice safe spot for them. No bird of prey is going to be able to catch them in there. And with the elephant bodyguards, yeah, good luck. Well, sadly, my time is up, but I hope you enjoyed this morning, and I'll be seeing you tomorrow morning for my last show at Live at the Waterhole. But I am going to be sending you across to Liam, who will be with you for the next few hours. Have fun.
Well, good afternoon, and thanks very much there, Taylor. It sounds like it's been a very productive morning by the waterside. What a pleasure. I'm coming to you live this morning from the comfort of my home in Nelspruit, a city in South Africa's northeast, very close to the Kruger National Park, that doesn't have views quite as exciting as this morning. So what a wonderful way to kick off the afternoon. A couple of Ellies. They do look like bachelor bulls. Just having a bit of a relax by the side of this little dam on Madikwe. Very, very nice. Yeah, it's looking mighty hot and dry out there, but as is to be expected at this time of year. Yeah, hopefully the rains will be along shortly. Chap on the left there, nicely hanging his trunk over his left tusk. That looks very relaxing. Yeah, it's a behavior that some of these bulls will do from time to time. Nice, calm body language, tail swinging freely. If we were viewing these guys sort of in person, all of those nice little cues we'd be making use of.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
And as we know, water in Africa is life. So the animals anticipate the coming of the rains, possibly with even greater importance for them than for us. Every season brings with it sort of a different view, different colors, different pros, different cons. But for me, the summertime, the wet season, is the very best. It's a time of new life, and for a lot of the wildlife, lower levels of stress. It is, by all means, the beginning of the good times. Bring on summer. What a serene scene. These bulls just relaxing like that. Yeah, and the beauty of these cameras is that we don't really interfere. Oh, I wonder why these chaps are not in too much of a hurry to find some shade. It does look very warm that side. Perhaps they will return to the water for another drink and a splash. It looks like the place to be today. Oh, and a little warthog. Warthog popping out of that bush. That was unexpected. Yeah, also a prime place for a warthog to be. Lots of mud available here, but a little bit risky because something like a lion, a leopard, perhaps even a pack of wild dogs. Oh, he does look a bit shaky. Would be thinking probably along this similar line. Yeah, this looks to me like a very, very old warthog. An old boar, an old male. So perhaps the easiest place for him to be. Hello there, Lenny. No need for the hat today. I'm indoors, but I have it close. If the sun starts coming in, um, I'll have it available. Yeah, hopefully from my cupboard, it's still going to bring some luck today. It looks like it is already. Yeah, this warthog does look a bit grizzled there. Shame. He's definitely lost a bit of physical condition there. He looks like a very, very large male. So he's probably just reached kind of the final chapter of his life, um, which could be quite a sad thing if you think of it that way. But if you think he's managed to make it through his entire life in an environment kind of designed to kill him, full of predators, he's been enormously successful. Had a good innings. So seeing a very old animal can also be a very positive thing. And hopefully he's left behind a living legacy in countless litters of piglets. And that living legacy is his own genetic material, his DNA. It is ultimately the closest thing to immortality that any living thing on earth can achieve, leaving behind that living legacy. But yeah, if I, with my human eyes, can spot a bird of weakness there, something like a lion or a leopard, which is highly evolved to notice those little weaknesses, those vulnerabilities, even from a great distance. If one of those predators is out there, it's going to be honing in on this chap. So better he sticks very close to that cover. I'm also noticing he's possibly broken off his right tusk there. Almost certainly that has happened in a fight with another warthog boar, and the fights can be pretty brutal. And they fight just like elephants, face to face, kind of smashing those tusks and their heads together, oftentimes ripping open gaping wounds, snapping tusks, and obviously a tusk wound placed in just the right place, somewhere on the abdomen, could be really, really serious, mortal even. A nice spoonbill has just landed there, one of my absolute favorite birds. Possibly just going out of frame a bit there. But it is so named because of the shape of that very peculiar bill. If you didn't get a great look at it, it's worth a Google. An African spoonbill. These two Ellie bulls really giving us the cold shoulder there. The safari salute, if you will, presenting their backsides. A tiny bird in the bottom right, I think was an African black crake. That might be a crocodile on the far left. We're having a little bit of difficulty with this camera today. I believe the delay is something like a minute. So it takes us an awful long time to, excuse me, to move it. But I think that was a crocodile moving out from behind that bush, possibly down to the water. Another potentially very serious threat for this warthog. But warthogs, being pigs of the family Suidae, are animals of high intelligence. Pretty challenging to fool a warthog. He would almost certainly see that crocodile coming from quite a distance. Another very relaxed bit of elephant body language there. That bull on the right kind of lifting his back right leg there and resting it on the toe. A bit like a horse does when it's kind of relaxing, tied up to a fence or in a stable, sort of shifting the weight onto that left leg, giving the right one a bit of a break. Again, it's subtle cues like that that we can use as guides, as naturalists, to judge sort of what mental state an animal is in. If we were on a walk or something like that, that would be great information. That bull, both of those bulls, are looking super calm. Well, speaking of elephants, I think time now to check one of our other feeds. Let's head over to Juma and see what's happening in the Sabi Sands. How nice is that? Looks like a little breeding herd of ellies just coming down to Juma there. It is impossible to look at these guys enjoying a bit of time in the water and not to smile. I don't know, they look like they're just about wrapping things up though. It's obviously a very quick plunge there. But two very feisty youngsters living it up. They're looking very refreshed on what is a sweltering low-felt afternoon. It's interesting, if these two are females, this sort of playing will help to reinforce bonds that will obviously keep them a tight-knit family unit for potentially the next couple of decades. If they're males, and they may even be reinforcing kind of connections of friendship. When they eventually leave this breeding herd at about puberty, around 14 or 15 years of age, friendships between males could equally logically also last for decades. Truly one of the most social animals on our green planet. Aren't they marvelous? I've spent quite a bit of time in person here at Vuyatilla Dam. That really is quite a special spot. One of our absolute favourite locations. A very nice large tuskless cow there. Bill from Brighton, good afternoon, sir. Yeah, certainly the adults seem to manage in strong currents without too much of an issue, and they're actually remarkably powerful swimmers. But the cows have got to be very careful. If they are sort of being followed by a very, very small calf, quite easy for a calf to be swept away. And they do seem to be very, very alert when they do try and cross a deep channel or something like that. Often the herd will sort of form in a nice way to sort of put all the little calves in the middle and then head across slowly from there, supporting the babies sort of all the way with their trunks. And the trunk ultimately is a brilliant adaptation for crossing deep bodies of water. It is, of course, a very flexible snorkel. In some parts of the world, they will even cross sections of ocean between islands. More logically, Asian elephants or Indian elephants. But yeah, phenomenal things. You wouldn't think they'd be good swimmers at all, looking at their big flat feet. But they are. And ultimately their stomach is one big balloon full of gas, so the elephant is extremely, extremely buoyant. It is looking quite a bit greener here at Juma. They've obviously had a fair bit of rain as well. We've had a couple of fairly wet days in the last few days. So I think we are gradually moving into the wet season. I'm really looking forward to it. Cool. Well, I believe there's a little bit of activity over at Old Donyo in northern Kenya. So perhaps let's head over there and see what's happening. Very, very nice. A whole bunch of zebra and yet another fairly large looking elephant bull. Goodness me, the zebras up in this part of the world are very, very pretty. Yeah, Burchell's zebra up here in East Africa. Oh, a bit of fisticuffs there, some kicking and squabbling. So yeah, these Burchell zebra with the absence of a clear shadow stripe and kind of the dirty brown stripe we see on our plain zebra across much of southern Africa. Yeah, it makes these guys really striking. They are essentially the same thing. They're very, very closely related. And if you put a member of the opposite sex of each subspecies together, they'd happily reproduce. They are that close. But yeah, nice to think that wherever you travel in Africa, to every sort of vastly different country, the wildlife is quite different as well. Similar, but not the same. Sure, what a scene. Again, the perfect spot for a predator to lie in ambush. And this will be an absolute highway of animal traffic throughout the rest of the afternoon. Kenya, I believe, has also had an extremely dry couple of months. So these waterholes attract an immense amount of animal traffic. If you're ever on a safari, they are a great place to look, especially if it's hot. This Ellie bull is being remarkably tolerant, especially with all the zebra squabbling there on the left. I guess he's just hot and thirsty. The zebra are very photogenic animals, but as we've seen even today, they can be pretty vicious. And the males even have a set of wolf teeth, fighting teeth, which they'll use to quite literally rip pieces off of one another. You occasionally see them missing tails, missing ears, almost certainly from a conflict with another stallion. This Ellie might be getting a little bit fed up. He's kind of shifting around there. Oh, and a big giraffe. Starbuck, a very, very good question there. Zebra are equine, so they are from the same sort of greater family as things like the horse. But they're probably more closely related to something like a wild ass, which is a wild sort of species of equid, or something like a donkey. So yeah, they do sort of honk and make slightly more donkey-type noises. Be told, put a male zebra in with a female horse or vice versa, and you will get something called a zebroid as a result, a sort of 50-50 hybrid. So they are that close. Gotcha. More of a bush donkey. This is such a nice scene, so much color and activity. That's wild. Kenya is absolutely tip-top on my list of places to go, especially for those of you who watch the sort of WildEarth live safaris. I'm spending a lot of time with that large elephant bull, Ezelwini, in the Pridelands area recently, even within the last week, and subsequently sharing a bit of footage of him on my social media. I've actually been contacted by people here at Old Donyo to say I must come up there and check out some of their big tuskers as well. I've got a very soft spot for ellies and a bit of a fascination with large tusked bulls. Yeah, they are immensely majestic animals. Check this guy out. No doubt at all who's the boss here. Ron, it's a very, very good question. And I reckon it's possibly got something to do with minerals and things in the soil. East Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, all of those sort of areas were historically very, very volcanic. So in the formation of this whole landscape, you have an enormous amount of minerals which are normally buried deep beneath the Earth's surface, being sprinkled across the landscape in the form of volcanic ash. That volcanic ash full of stuff like phosphorus and other really critical minerals for vertebrates. It grows beautiful grass, and as a result, the herbivores, and possibly by extension, even some of the carnivores, become some of the biggest in the world. It is famous for enormous elephants, huge lions, the very biggest of buffalo. Yeah, it's just sort of the melting pot for incredible, incredible specimens.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
That is magic. You might just believe you're in Africa. Jenna from the UK, thanks very much for that question. I hope you're having a lovely day out there. So the difference between these guys and the mountain zebra, it's actually worth a Google. It's nice to have a bit of a visual representation there. There's a couple of big points. These guys only really occur on the plains. They're a grassland species. They're also quite a bit smaller than the mountain zebra. I think the mountain zebra up to 200 kilos heavier. And then even the markings. So these Burchell zebra, the stripes on the belly come all the way down, sort of meeting in the middle at that very black stripe. If you take a look at the markings on the belly of a mountain or Hartmann's zebra, the stripes kind of stop halfway down the stomach. The Hartmann's then also has a sort of a big Adam's apple on its throat. It's not actually an Adam's apple, it's just sort of a fleshy dewlap, which is totally absent on the plains and the Burchells. I've spent quite a bit of time with those Hartmann's mountain zebra guiding private guests in Tswalu, Kalahari in South Africa's sort of northern Cape region. They really are magnificent as well. Yeah, I'm pretty endangered. If memory serves, I think there's only about 13,000 of them left. These, in contrast, are much more common. Common but beautiful. Pretty unbelievable when you see those Hartmann's or mountain zebra in situ, literally on cliff faces on these rocky hills. It's just not the place you picture an equine, a horse or a donkey. They look much more at home in the grassland, but those mountain zebra are very, very capable on rocky slopes. It's pretty unbelievable. Blows my mind that they don't break legs. They're obviously just very, very sure-footed. Plenty of these zebra here. What a scene. The Selly Bull has also got a lot of drinking to do. He'll probably drink in at least 2 sessions every single day, possibly as much as 100 to 200 litres in a sitting. It's the equivalent to sort of a very standard-sized bathtub filled all the way to the brim. A massive amount of water. Yeah, it looks like the water might actually be getting pretty low here. You see the zebra all sort of stood in the middle. I presume this is being pumped through sort of a borehole or something like that. But yeah, with floods and floods of thirsty drinkers coming through, and that water is not going to last. No, maybe he's had his fill now, leaving it to the stripy donkeys. And yeah, as resources get a bit thin on the ground, certainly tempers will flare, and we're seeing a bit of this with the zebra today. Hi, leopard lover. Nice to have you on live at the Waterhole as well. It's a familiar a familiar presence. Lovely to have you along. So the Skeleton Coast along the sort of western coast of southern Africa, a part of Namibia, is thus named because historically it was a very, very violent area in terms of storms. So for ships trying to sort of traverse around the coast, it was often a very, very challenging area to sort of navigate through. And in the very, very early days, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 odd years ago, many of those ships were shipwrecked along that coast. Still today, if you fly along the Skeleton Coast in a light aircraft, you can see the skeletons of dozens and dozens of ships kind of littering that coast. Also a pretty brutal place to be shipwrecked, especially 100 odd years ago. No water, no people around for thousands of miles, or rather hundreds of miles. It would be a very, very challenging place to be. I'm sure many surviving sailors lost their lives roaming that Skeleton Coast, looking for water or for help. Yes, it does rain occasionally. I also believe there is sort of a fairly constant breeze off of that sea, resulting in a lovely cool sea mist every morning. So there would be sort of ways of surviving out there, perhaps collecting sort of condensed raindrops on a big plastic sheet or something like that, but not by any means an easy place to survive. Many of the wildlife that occurs in that Namib desert is highly, highly evolved to survive on virtually no water at all. But yeah, even with harsh conditions, there's life out there. Thanks, Leopard Lover. A cool question. Yeah, plenty of squabbling here. You can see all of that body language. Lots of ears cocked, back, heads up. Plenty of very frustrated zebras here. Everybody just wants to have a drink. And by the looks of it, there might not be plenty to go around. Lenny, I would think they certainly could be. I think the big difference, though, between the mountain zebra and these guys is they don't really congregate in massive numbers. The mountain zebra sort of range across quite vast distances in little groups, guarded by a stallion, but very much led by a pathfinder, a mature female. So yeah, I don't think they do an awful lot of bumping into other groups of mountain zebra. But when they do, I would think that if a stallion wanted to seize power, wanted to take over another group, there would be blood. Yeah, unfortunately, a casualty of one of those hostile takeovers, a bit like lions, would be all of the existing foals. And so provided a young zebra is not old enough to be mated with by a new male, he's got no real interest to protect that baby. He would want it out of the way. So unfortunately you do see dead foals from time to time. Very thirsty giraffes coming in as well.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Yeah, it just doesn't get much better than that. Wonderful. These look like a bachelor group of giraffes, all males from what I can see. I'm making that judgment exclusively by looking at the ossicles on the top of their heads. That's the correct term for those sort of bump-like furry horns. Bull horns are thick and often quite bald on the top. That comes from fighting. Female horns are very, very skinny and often have a hairy tip. Females don't fight. Of course, if you can't get a great look at the head, though, you can always check out the genitalia on the undercarriage. Both bulls. And there he goes. A few sips while his friend stands guard there, and he'll be head up. Bit of a cloud passing over, showering this very African scene in a bit of a rare shade. That is so nice. Oh, bit of a kick there from that giraffe. Again, they're extremely vulnerable when their heads are down. I would think it's probably making them a bit testy. Oh, big eland coming in from the left. That's really nice. The eland is an antelope we don't see a whole lot of in kind of the low veld areas where WildEarth operates. Kind of Djuma, Pridelands, the greater Kruger area. That's my base. So always nice to see them. It's one of my favorite African animals. The bulls are the heaviest antelope in Africa, weighing a ton and still staggeringly able to jump over 6 foot into the air from a standstill. Now, a fact that my late dearly departed grandfather learnt to his own detriment, driving a brand new BMW in the 90s. And he hit an eland at quite some speed. I believe the eland was uninjured. It ran off, but it did an awful lot of damage to his car. Bummer. Yeah, they are big beastly things. It's like an ox with long horns. Also quite desert adapted, and if we do see them in South Africa, they're usually in the much drier parts. Alrighty, well, unfortunately, I think our signal dropped there in Old Donyo, a part of life operating technology in remote parts of Africa. But back now to South Africa's northwest, to Madikwe, rather northeast. And we've got a big herd of bachelor bulls, elephant bulls. So again, the social structure of African elephants is really pretty fascinating. Obviously, the thing that you see demonstrated in wildlife documentaries and that sort of thing more regularly is the herd dynamics. So a breeding herd led by a kind of an older female with lots of calves and all of her sort of female family members in tow. But a bit of an untold story is the side of life of the bulls. Essentially, they are also, like the females, very, very social animals, and they need company as a sort of a part of their wellness, their well-being. So the bulls gravitate towards one another. In particular, young bulls will gravitate towards a large, mature tusker. Oh, check this chap splashing on the left. And he offers sort of mentorship. It's pretty phenomenal. In the absence of those mentor-type bulls, the big older guys, chaps with experience, the young bulls become absolute delinquents. There's almost no governor. Testosterone flows and they get hyper-aggressive. You need those big senior bulls to regulate them, to discipline them, and to teach them how to be gentlemen. I think that's really special. And we know it's been well documented that friendships between bulls, between adult males, may last decades as well. They are animals of immense social depth. I've got a very, very soft spot for Ellies. Geo, off the top of my head, I remember reading something about an elephant bull shot in Namibia, but we're potentially talking over a century ago. And it was believed that he was somewhere in the vicinity of like 11 tons. while not impossible, it does seem a bit kind of implausible to me. I just think of the technology available also in a particularly remote part of the world, 100 odd years ago. I think a report like that might have got a bit stretched, might not have been as accurate. But yes, certainly in modern times, records of elephant bulls exceeding sort of the 6 tons that's often stated in the literature as the average weight, possibly far more regularly around 7 or 8 tons, with really extreme ones being a little bit bigger than that. And the largest ivory of some of the living bulls are well in excess of 100 kilos on either side. Pretty phenomenal stuff. Talk about a living mammoth. I got some pretty incredible footage just with my iPhone of that immense bull that we see from time to time on Pridelands with WildEarth TV recently, within the last week or so. So yeah, if you want to check out a living mammoth from Southern Africa, check that out at Liam Burrow Wildlife on Instagram. Now this chap now slipping into the water, relishing that mud. That is awesome. Elephants do not sweat, so they find it pretty challenging to keep cool, especially in the heat of the day with the sun at its highest. So coming down to a waterhole, if one is available, and just coating your body in a lovely lather of cool mud, that must be a great relief. It fills all the cracks and the crevices. It stays pretty moist for potentially a couple of hours even. Very beneficial when your body is that big. We did see a crocodile just sort of in the corner of frame the last time we were here, sort of half an hour, 40 minutes ago. So I wonder where he's got to. It looked like he was sort of slipping down into the water. He would probably be quite wise to stay out of the way of these big elephant bulls. In occasional circumstances, they will be sort of snapped on the end of the trunk by a crocodile as they drink. And it could potentially cause some damage there. I have seen a number of adult ellies, in particular bulls, sort of missing the tip of the trunk. Yeah, it's a very, very sensitive organ, so you wouldn't want it in the jaws of a crocodile. But crocs are also pretty intelligent things. I wouldn't think it would happen very often. Yeah, what a nice bachelor group. Looks like 6 immense bulls. Or 6 that we can see in frame anyway. There could be a couple more. I think a few have moved off already. These bachelor groups can be anywhere sort of between 2 or 3, and arguably as many as 30 or 40 in some parts of Africa. Huge groups. Nice rhythmic flapping of the ears of that chap, sort of second from the right there. An elephant's entire system of blood, up to 200 liters, travels through those ears in just 20 minutes. So yeah, with Ellie's not producing sweat as a means to cool down, that's a pretty phenomenal way to radiate a bit of extra body heat. Oh, and just like that, they were off. A lot of elephant communication is at a frequency just a little bit too low for us to pick up on. So you probably find the big lead bull in this group gave a bit of a rumble and just said, right, it's time to go. They are amazing. And once you've viewed them like this in a natural system, interacting with other elephants and free to move, I hope you will look at elephants kept in captivity through different lenses. It's not a nice life for them. They have to be out here. They're big, sensitive, intelligent, emotional animals that must have the space to roam. A wildebeest coming in from the left. And perhaps even more importantly for elephants than the space to roam is the freedom to interact with other elephants. They've got to be able to do that. Mary Kate, the big limiting factor in terms of movement for female herds is that they have to have access to very high quality vegetation as well as plenty of water all the time because there are often calves present in those groups. So I would say the bulls have a greater range. They can travel over vaster distances and feed on perhaps more meager sources of food. In some parts of the Kruger National Park, the species of tree known as the mapani, perfect for bulls and not so great for cows. So when things dry out, the females have to move down towards sort of more lush, more riverine areas, whereas bulls can head quite happily up into woodlands and thickets. Now, both sexes do an enormous amount of wandering, but my understanding is bulls would be covering more ground. I don't think it's necessarily in pursuit of partners to mate, but more to find food. Shame, our slightly sickly-looking warthog is on the opposite bank there. Looks like having quite a nice day, though, rolling around in the mud, living it up. There's also quite a bit of vegetation around this waterhole, so he's probably got quite a nice deal here. I just hope the local lions don't find him. Ellies also quite interestingly very, very fussy drinkers. So they don't like to drink dirty, sort of mixed up water that other elephants have been mud bathing in. Hence this chap moving around to sort of this green point and just siphoning the cleanest inch or so right off of the surface. I guess it makes enough sense when you've got to drink as much water as they do. Again, maybe in excess of 200 litres at a time. It pays to take the good stuff. Another chap making a bit of a turn round. Not quite done. These guys will almost certainly be visiting this waterhole or another one at least twice a day. More if they can. That trunk is also an amazing, amazing thing. If you think he's using it to draw water up and pour that into the mouth to have a nice refreshing drink. He can also use it to suction up a bit of lumpy mud, chuck that onto the back. They will also, of course, when they have access to it, use it to hoover up sort of a fistful or two of very fine dust and then blow that onto the back. Think of being able to do that with your nose. Obviously, if you inhale anything anything dusty or powdery at all, that's going to make you sneeze, let alone putting mud or water and that sort of thing up there. So it really is the most finely evolved tool for their lifestyle. Still, ellies make do pretty well, even if they have sort of lost half of that trunk. They lose them occasionally in snares, as I mentioned earlier, especially if they are very, very young, perhaps to a crocodile. Well, there's a couple of warthogs here. But yeah, the trunk is in essence their two hands, so they really don't want to lose that. Yeah, so our slightly sickly warthog is actually the one closest to us. It's the chap with the broken right tusk there. Tucking into some lovely fresh greens right there next to the water. I reckon this is a very, very old boar, an old male, right at the end of his life. Quite an achievement to get to the end in a place like this, so full of predators. He must have very, very strong genes and a lot of intelligence built in there. There's warthogs all over the place now.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
So warthogs as well don't sweat, and their skin is significantly thinner than that of an elephant. or thinner than the skin across much of an elephant's body. And so they are a lot more susceptible to bites from things like flies. So any opportunity to get down to the water's edge, roll in a bit of mud, mix it up nicely with that snout. Warthogs will seize that opportunity. Happy as a pig in mud. Jenny, warthogs have got a pretty well-developed brain. Pigs are some of the most intelligent animals on the planet, other than ourselves, of course. And they're pretty sharp. They keep an eye on the ellies. And I think if an elephant is getting too close, the warthog will just move. The dog, the leopard, the lion, hyenas, the crocodiles all love to eat them. So they've got to try their very best to keep an eye open, not only for competition with water, but for things with that one at the back there having a good rub on that rock. That looks nice. Much like ellies, they love the opportunity to exfoliate. Rub off a bit of that mud, and the mud takes with it any ticks, any dead skin, old scabs, that sort of thing. Keeps their hide nice and supple, nice and healthy. Also, quite interestingly, and much like domestic pigs, warthogs are pretty highly omnivorous. So while the vegetation probably makes up 70 or 80% of the diet, lovely grass shoots and roots and fruit and that sort of thing, they will occasionally take meat. And they'll take animal protein in the form of birds' eggs, carrion, so dead meat on a carcass left by something like lions, possibly even a baby bird or a kind of a young animal that's been abandoned will be eaten by warthogs. Pied crow is the bird that's just landed on the right there. He's being absolutely mobbed by what looks like a blacksmith lapwing. The pied crow is a very, very keen nest thief. So he'll happily raid the nests of these blacksmith lapwings, which are on the ground. So hence a bit of animosity there. I don't know. I think these lapwings may not be breeding right now, but still they don't want this crow anywhere near. Check it out. Yeah, definitely mobbing. Get out of here. Lapwing chicks hatch completely precocial, so they're able to run around from a couple of minutes after birth and happily pick at little insects and stuff on the ground. But other than sort of scuttling away and then hiding, and they have virtually no defenses. Thankfully, they are extremely well camouflaged. But against the eyes of something like a crow, crows have phenomenal eyesight, as do most birds. And they would be very easy pickings. Well, it sounds like we might have elephants at another one of our locations. I didn't quite hear which one. Maybe Jamala. So yeah, early day indeed. Jamala. Beautiful. Check it out. A nice breeding herd this time. Cows, calves, and it looks like actually a couple of bulls mixed in there as well. With another immense herd of zebra coming in from the back. So different to the zebra up at Old Donyo, these are plains zebra. Old Donyo would be Burchells. Very, very closely related though. Very, very similar shape, similar size. It's only a few sort of few subtle differences with the markings. And these ellies getting the water right from the source. I reckon there's water seeping up out of the ground where all of their trunks are. Again, they're notoriously fussy drinkers. They like the fresh stuff. Bit of pushing and shoving. There will be a fairly strong hierarchy here. The biggest bulls take first place there. A couple of very small youngsters in the mix here. Everybody trying to have their chance. this chap doing a pee right into the water that everybody's drinking. I've always found that a bit bizarre. And with bodies of standing and a bit of fresh dung, with bodies of standing water in Africa, that helps to accelerate the formation of things like that blue-green algae, which can be quite toxic, but usually it doesn't stay stagnant for too long. We will have a bit of rain at some stage to flush it all out, change the pH balance, and get it nice and healthy again. The dung also obviously helps to feed fish and countless other microorganisms, things we can't even really see in that hidden system below the surface. So it's all beneficial. It's all part of the cycle. One lone impala ram coming down on the opposite side, and another pied crow. Hives of activity around the waterholes. Always a good place to spend time, especially this late in the afternoon. And another family of wallowing warthogs by the looks of it. Check it out. Again, seizing the opportunity to coat their little bodies in a nice layer of mud, and then rub every nook, cranny, crevice, and surface on a nice smooth log or a rock. It helps to sort of grind the grains of sand that are in that mud up against their skin. Quite comically, helping them to take off all the dead skin cells, any blood-sucking parasites like ticks or fleas. It leaves them looking quite refreshed. Funny things, though. As I say, every nook, every cranny, every crevice has got to be done. And then back in to put another layer on. So female warthog on the right, a boar, a male on the left. And the males have got 4 warts on the face, 2 large ones under the eyes, another 2 sort of halfway down the snout. The sows have only got 2 around the eyes. I speak under correction, that's actually 2 boars. 2 males. Now the one on the left though is much, much bigger. And off they go.
that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
What a nice scene. So the Ellie's heading back up into the woodlands there. A couple of big bulls still left behind around the water's edge. You could quite happily sit here for hours in a nice shady spot, sipping on something cool. A lovely way to burn through a day. There's a lot of value to spending time in nature. I've always said it's very, very good for us. We are ultimately quite well connected to the natural world. I think in many cases we've lost those connections, or perhaps forgotten about those connections. But there is something very, very good for the human mind and human body, and in spending time outside. I'm quite fortunate where I'm based, here in Nelspruit, in South Africa's northeast, to be surrounded by wildlife. As I sit here talking to you, there's a leopard tortoise happily munching away on my lawn. Lots of bird life outside. Oh, what a pleasure to have a bit of urban wildlife. Yeah, the water doesn't look very, very deep at this particular water hole, but you can see the mud coming right up to that elephant's belly. Can be a little bit treacherous at this time of the year. Now, this looks all right for now, but should this water disappear anymore, it can be an absolute quagmire for Ellies. Oh, check it out, a whole herd having a party in the mud there. Yeah, Ellies are pretty susceptible to getting stuck in the mud, often in entire groups. Yeah, and then you've sort of got to ask yourself a bit of an ethical question there. Do we help them out of the water, or do we let or the mud, or do we let nature take its course? Thankfully, in a case like this I believe is an artificial waterhole. It's pumped by man. So our ethics tell us if there's sort of suffering as a result of something humans have done, we can step in. So yeah, my thinking would be to help them out. But yeah, thankfully none of that today. They're just splashing and playing, having a wonderful time. Nathan, I'd say fairly common Ellie injuries would be sort of cuts and slashes to their ears, which you see from time to time with them kind of fighting and living in areas that have lots of trees and sort of sharp branches, thorns, that sort of thing. Also, occasionally, as I mentioned in a slightly earlier segment, injuries to those trunks, which are possibly some of the worst ones of all. Because that trunk is such a useful appendage for that elephant, useful is possibly not even the right word, a critical appendage for that elephant. It's essentially that Ellie's two hands, if you were to put it in human terms. So yeah, when an elephant does catch that trunk in a snare, or it is grabbed by a crocodile, or perhaps even the tip bitten off as a tiny little baby at night by something like a hyena, yeah, it's a pretty devastating injury. But thankfully, much like us, they're highly intelligent, so they are able to sort of adapt around all sorts of injuries. I worked in a reserve just outside the town of Hoedspruit in South Africa's northeast, around the same sort of area as Pridelands, where WildEarth goes. Had this huge elephant bull, like fully adult, 40 plus years of age, 6 tons, and one of his back legs was about half the size of the other one. Possibly just a birth defect, but yeah, he quite happily got around on sort of 3.5 legs. Not something you expect for an elephant. Something so big and so heavy. But yeah, again, we don't get involved as sort of the custodians of these wilderness areas. If the injury has happened as a result of something natural. So if an elephant has hurt itself in a fight or something like that, we have sort of no jurisdiction there. We've got to just see what pans out, see what happens. It's nature. Yeah, but if that ellie is wrapped in wire or it's been shot or something like that, we can quite happily step in, call in a vet, and give a helping hand.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
This is all quite peaceful though, all these immense bulls eye to eye. Everybody sharing kind of the common goal of slaking a pretty massive thirst. Yeah, in many cases, this is the toughest time of year for African elephants. They've got to walk further and further distances every single day between sources of water, which are critical, and sources of tasty vegetation. And obviously, the more they eat, the more that distance grows. They spend their life on the move. Yeah, it's quite interesting to see these herds mingling quite nicely with large bachelors. I say herds, sort of breeding herds mixing in with these bachelor bulls. Cows tend to be very wary of the large adult males, I think because of the potential risk of these bulls getting quite boisterous or being driven to try and mate and perhaps catching a calf underfoot. But yeah, I guess in this instance, the drive to find enough to drink and get a quality drink here at the water's edge is just more. And the warthog's still happily wallowing away on the opposite bank there. They're such comical, comical pigs. Ultimately, water is life. So there is, just this tremendous feeling of ease around the water's edge. Yeah, that day is almost a guarantee, or that drink is rather a guarantee of one more day of life. Yeah, everybody seems nice and relaxed, having a good time. We're quite fortunate in southern Africa to have a bounty of elephants. They're extremely plentiful across sort of South Africa, Mozambique, Botswana, Zimbabwe, up into Zambia. But ellies across the continent are perhaps not in the greatest of sort of states. We reckon there's probably about 350,000 of them in total out there, which seems like an immense amount. And it is. 350,000 elephants is a force strong enough to sort of change the way the natural world actually looks, with the way they carve out these waterholes and push down thousands of trees every year, etc., etc. But at the rate their population has declined, down from probably around 10 million elephants at the turn of the century, it paints a pretty bleak picture. So the conservation of these areas, these precious areas in which the elephants do live, has got to be top priority. And often you get this wonderful effect of umbrella conservation. So by conserving the places in which these large, high-profile species live, we conserve all the little things that live in the same ecosystem as them, in connection with them. Every little bird, every threatened frog, yeah, they all have value to us. Cool. Well, perhaps let's swap back over to Old Donyo in southern Kenya. Hopefully we're in luck with a bit more stable signal and some thirsty drinkers there. How nice is that? Very, very pretty giraffe blended in with some nice Birchall zebra there. What a scene. I wonder if our eland bull from earlier is still around. Again, a lot of these herbivores quite nervous around the water's edge, and for very good reason, with the knowledge that this will be a place with an enormous amount of herbivore traffic throughout the day. It is the perfect place for a hungry pride of lions or something similar to sit in ambush. So yeah, you'll notice the giraffe in particular very, very vigilant, always scanning, always looking. And the benefit of arriving as a group for giraffes is they can kind of watch each other's backs, check in all directions. Cool. I think the feed here at Old Donyo is a little unstable, so we're possibly going to head back over to South Africa and check out the waterhole at Tau. Very nice. Our bachelor Ellies look like they've made a bit of a return here. They were not quite ready to head up into those thickets. And our slightly geriatric warthog boar still enjoying a bit of that greenery around the water's edge. The elephant don't do a whole lot of sleeping, and they spend as much as 18 hours of their day collecting food. And the last bit of time, the last couple of hours, is probably spent dusting themselves, having a bit of a drink, perhaps only as much as an hour resting every day. And I think that's actually what we're looking at over here. So while an adult elephant bull can lie down and will lie down occasionally for a bit of a rest, they can also catch a few minutes of sleep on their feet. From time to time, you see them sort of with their head hung a bit lower, trunk resting on the ground, having a bit of a power nap on their feet. That is a very, very big adult female there. A good 4-ton cow. A couple of youngsters in tow. Almost certainly the matriarch, the grandmother. Madikwe seems to be the home of elephants this afternoon. I believe the Ellie population out there is doing very, very well. Certainly a bit of interest from that large bull off on the right there, possibly coming in to check if any of these cows are in estrus. Oh, that's a lovely greeting. Clacking tusks together, sort of rubbing heads. It's the elephant equivalent of like a hug. Yeah, it's obviously impossible to say, but quite plausible that that bull is even a member of that group, possibly a son. Again, males don't stay with breeding herds. They drift away. They sort of form their own social structure with other males around puberty. But the relationships and the bonds with female family members, with their grandmothers, their aunts, their own mums, could quite possibly last for decades. So when they do by chance meet up at a waterhole, the greetings can be very friendly. A family reunion, if you will. That bull perhaps back from his little hello there, joining his male mates again for a bit of a rest. Once again, probably other than ourselves, the elephant has got to be one of the most sociable animals on this planet. Their well-being hinges on their ability to interact with other elephants and to build relationships that last their entire life. They have to be able to mingle, to meet other ellies, and to interact with their loved ones. An elephant kept in captivity, in particular an elephant kept alone, has got to be a sentence worse than death. Cara, it's certainly an absolute mammoth task, if you'll forgive the elephant pun there. So it would probably involve teams of massive amounts of people on the ground, probably 20, 30 people, um, tying straps to the elephant's legs, and in some cases even getting an excavator, a big caterpillar earth moving tractor type thing with a scoop to come in, pull mud out of the way, make a bit of a corridor, and then they try and winch the elephant out. There's also a bit of time pressure there. An elephant's body is so enormous that if it goes down in a position which is not optimal, it can actually crush its own internal organs. If it's sort of lying flat on its side or on its chest for hours and hours at a time. So yeah, when an elephant is stuck in the mud, the sort of clock begins. The pressure is on. These bulls look like they're heading out of there, though. Finished up with their drinking and their greeting. Time now to engage in that ultimate elephant pursuit, the pursuit that occupies so much of their time, and that is collecting food. Off to go and find some tasty vegetation. Cool. Well, as these ellies move off into the thickets at the foothill of that nice mountain, let's head over to Comfort's Dam to check out the lesser flamingos. How cool is that? A bit of color and vibrance. So the majority of the flamingos here are lesser flamingos. Those are the littler guys. I see a few greater flamingos sort of mixed in there. But they are here at Comfort's Dam to feed on exactly what we can see in front of us, which is a boom of blue-green algae. And this water is also full of diatoms, which form the basis of the flamingo diet. Yeah, it might all look pretty stagnant and pretty nasty, but this is the condition that these guys thrive in. This really is a pretty special part of the world. Somewhere between 20 and 50,000 flamingos breed here. More towards the height of the summer, but breeding can be observed in the lesser flamingos at any time of the year. Providing there's enough food and the conditions are right. Initially, a team of ornithologists, driven by an expert by the name of Mark Anderson, created 1,000 artificial nests to encourage these flamingos to settle and breed here. And with staggering results, just a couple of weeks after those nest turrets were built, 10,000 flamingos had arrived. After successfully breeding, they left for the winter, and 20,000 returned the next year, which was 2007. Unbelievable. Amazing that if you put a little bit of effort in the current natural world, with many animals struggling to find a habitat, struggling to find a safe place to breed, the animals will seize that opportunity. Now, in that second year, the second year that was so successful, after 20,000 of these birds returned, they produced 9,000 chicks. I would say that is a pretty immense conservation success. Just in this one location, it managed to create something of a sort of a reversal in the negative trend of lesser flamingo numbers globally.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
Doesn't look like too much breeding activity going on here at the moment. Again, the peak of that kind of action seems to happen in our summer. So they're probably beginning to move that way. Hopefully this year will be as successful as some of those early years for these flamingos. It was initially believed that the sort of pinkish reddish color in those flamingos' feathers, as well as on their legs, their faces, was actually affected by the pigment in small crustaceans, small shrimp-like organisms that live in this water. And the feeling was that the more of these little crustaceans were present in those flamingos' diets, the more vibrant that color would be, obviously affecting their breeding success and all of that. It's now, however, felt that the color in those flamingo feathers is actually coming from this blue-green algae. So those color pigments are in what they're eating, but it isn't those crustaceans. Yeah, while this might look like quite a lovely environment, this water is potentially really, really sodic, full of salt and other minerals in concentrations which, for many other bird species, are just too high. So yeah, they've done a very, very good job of eking out a way of survival in this unique little niche. Okay, anyway, in another minute or two we will be wrapping up this edition of Live at the Waterhole for the day. But we will be back once again tomorrow morning to see a whole lot more of Africa's thirsty drinkers. I'll be around again tomorrow afternoon for the second half. So yeah, please tune in, and we hope to have you along for the ride tomorrow again. From myself, Liam Burrow, it's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope wherever you are, you're having a lovely and hopefully wildlife-filled day. So yeah, keep well, and hopefully we'll chat to you tomorrow.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.